Dr. Eric Kelly III, and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know? A student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? that business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dreams by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
In the heart of America, there are dreams waiting to be realized. Dreams of owning a home, creating a haven for families, and building a future. Yet, there are 13 million mortgage-ready home buyers and nearly 20 million renter households who have the credit and income to qualify for a mortgage but remain left out of the home buying process. These potential home buyers are in urban and rural America, where dreams should flourish. The big banks, the giants of finance, have all exited the mortgage lending business, decreasing their lending footprints across America. They are no longer present and active in these communities. Instead of offering opportunities for home ownership, some of these banks have chosen a different path. They have decided to become mega landlords. They have chosen to invest billions of dollars in rental homes, leaving potential home buyers with fewer options and stuck in a cycle of renting without the chance to build equity and create a legacy for their families. Here is the shocking truth. A report issued by the Home Ownership Council of America revealed that if lenders were to step forward and serve this underserved market, they could conservatively increase their loan volume by $1.5 trillion. $1.5 trillion. This is a $1 trillion business opportunity, ripe for the taking. That's why I Have a Dream Home is here. We support the American dream of home ownership in urban and rural America. We believe in the power of social consciousness and the impact it can have on people's lives. Investing in urban and rural America is not just good business sense. It's a moral imperative. Our mission is clear. Become the go-to mortgage lender in these communities. Create a pathway to home ownership for all Americans, breaking the cycle of poverty by empowering families to build wealth, stabilizing our communities, and taking pride in our country. I have a dream home. Unlocking dreams, transforming communities, and rewriting the story of American home ownership. For more information, scan the QR code or visit our website at www.ihaveadreamhome.gold.
So what we have to do is when we get in the spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, prove that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I loved to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she is what she wants to be, the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
Hey guys, my name is Caden. I'm the CEO of Caden Teaches, and my genius is teaching kids about financial literacy. Throughout my financial products, such as my financial flashcards, my activity book, and my newest project, my financial bus, which I bought. And on the bus, it has a mock bank where kids will learn how to deposit and withdraw money, a mock grocery store where kids will be able to learn how to have a family budget, and a mock stock exchange where kids will even be able to learn how to invest in stocks. Now, I decided to start teaching kids about financial literacy because I find that most kids graduate high school without even knowing the basics about financial literacy. And I feel if I were to teach kids about financial literacy, that I would be able to help kids tap into their genius. And I actually learned about financial literacy to my dad because I would go to business meetings with him, and I would always see that they were talking about financial literacy. And at that point, I didn't understand what financial literacy was. So I took it upon myself to learn about financial literacy and teach it to kids in a way that they could understand. But I want you guys to help me help kids tap into their genius by going to my website, cadenteaches.com, and you can sew into me in my financial bus by going to my GoFundMe link. And remember, if Caden can, you can too, because genius is common.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago, and she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely. And this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. I'm the owner and founder of Strategic Solutions, Huertas e Decus. We are a business growth and improvement consulting practice. I will be your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. This morning, our first speaker is Ms. Jocelyn Glover Ellison. Ms. Ellison is a mental health professional with an MA in clinical psychology, and not a one-time, but a two-time #1 international best-selling author. Jocelyn advocates for Black women starting their healing journey from adverse childhood experiences to living authentically and purposefully. So I present to you Ms. Jocelyn Glover Ellison. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I am doing really well. Thank you. How are you?
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, I am so impressed. Not just a best-selling author, not just an international best-selling author, not just doing it one time, but doing it 2 times. That's pretty impressive. What were the topics of your books?
Well, I just so happen to have them. They're Radical Women, One in a Million. And the second one, which I have a story which I am extremely proud of, is Radical Women, Resilience After Difficult Issues, Changes, and Losses.
Wow, wow. Now, I assume that those are books around the work that you do in terms of helping women and advocating for women in terms of the journeys that they're taking. Is that correct or accurate?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, we're going to do a fireside chat, I understand.
Yes.
And I wanted to get a lot of information, one about you, but then also about your journey, because you're on the journey for being an entrepreneur yourself, a solopreneur, or have you already started that journey?
Already started.
Okay. All right. Good, good. So first, talk a little bit about your background and what got you into clinical psychology, and what made you choose the specific aspect of work that you do in terms of working with women with some difficult situations in their past and their histories.
The reason, the basic reason why I got into the mental health pathway is because the brother right under me, I have 2 brothers, but the brother right under me passed away, and he was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia. And so having no contact or any knowledge of mental health back at that time, and just I remember the sense of helplessness, of not knowing how to help, and kind of standing on the sidelines like, my brother is deteriorating, I can't save him. And growing up with him, taking him different places to the parks and things of that nature, but now big sister can't help you. And so fast forward to now, mental health is so important. And a lot of times as Black women go through our day-to-day, we are so focused on family or career, we don't take time to think about me in that whole scenario. What about me? Am I pouring into me? But I'm always pouring out to everyone else and doing everything else. But how do I turn the mirror around and do that for myself so that I'm healthy, so that I can be able to live live a life that's the life I want to live instead of the life I have to settle for.
Okay, good, good, good. So you mentioned that you started your entrepreneurial journey. Tell us a little bit about what area you're going to work and focus on, and what made you decide to go from a clinical practice to the business that you're going to do.
Well, I worked for agencies, so I didn't have a private practice. But what I do is I empower women to, one, increase their level of self-love, increase their level of self-forgiveness, and increase their level of self-acceptance. And basically having a process of doing for yourself, thinking about you and how you can bring yourself to that next level. And so for me, that is, finding out where the woman is, what's going on with you, and where do you want to be. So I don't give them the answer. I work with them to come up with a solution that fits who they are.
Okay. Now, what made you decide, because you said you were working, for
community mental health.
You were working for agencies though. So you were a clinical psychologist practicing within a company, an organization. What was it that made you say, I want to step out on my own? I want to go do my own thing. I want to have my, my own business and take that risk.
Well, I still work in the mental health agency, but I wanted to become an entrepreneur because I did not want to always work for someone else. I wanted to be able to structure a life for myself that had no boundaries, to be able to structure a program where I can help women how they needed to be helped, but not how someone is telling me I can only help them this way. I can only do this. But being able to organically interact with the individuals or a group and give them and help them become who they need to be so that their life is worth living.
Okay. So there, as we're having this conversation, there are lots of folks out there listening to us, some who already have their business and practices, some though who are just starting out, and still others who are still contemplating, thinking about, trying to decide if this is what they want to do. And so what I'm hearing you say is one of the things that inspired you to step out and do something on your own was the independence, the being able to decide, for yourself who you were going to help and how you would be able to help them, the structure. So a little bit of that freedom to do the things that you wanted to do or work on the things that you wanted to work on. Am I hearing that correctly?
You are.
Okay.
And I think that entrepreneurial seed, if you will, was instilled in me from my grandparents, because my grandparents owned a farm, and just to see them be their own bosses, right? But not only take care of their family, but being able to help other families. And so I think that even like when I was younger, you don't think about those things, right? But they're instilled in you because it was modeled for you. And so you get reach a point in your life where you say, okay, I'm here. Really, what do I want to do? And so you think about it, maybe I should think about working for myself, being my own boss, setting my own hours, the freedom to, spend quality time with family without having to punch a time clock, being able to travel, being able to work anywhere in the world, right? Being able to not be limited by a particular salary cap, but putting in the work, being dedicated, being committed, being intentional, that the sky's the limit.
So there are, again, lots of folks who are thinking about, taking that step. And when they hear something like that, they're like, oh, yes, that's exactly what I want to do and why I want to do it. And all I got to do is start. And we all know that's not exactly, how it turns out after that. There's, some ups, but also some downs. So talk about the things that are the risks, either that you thought about before or that you didn't think about, that you run into as you've started down your entrepreneurial, solopreneurial journey, that you would want others to think about, before they took their initial step?
One of the things you have to think about, well, for me, you have to think about is, and if you work a 9-to-5 job, do you have the financial resources to quit that job? And if you don't quit your job. Don't jump out into the deep end of the pool yet if you only know how to doggy paddle, right? Be realistic about where you are. Sit down and formulate a plan. Don't just jump into it. Create a blueprint, right? What type of what are your passions? What are your gifts? What services do you want to offer? Who do you want to offer them to? What's the age group? What's a time frame? These are in no particular order, right. But a time frame. What type of business do you want? Do you want to, is it going to be products and services, or is it going to be, mental health, tangibles like products like shirts, coaching, financial, health and wellness. So you have to have a vision, and it can just start out really small. Start writing stuff down. I used to have everything in my head, but I even tell my clients sometimes, what goes on in your head, everything seems doable, right? But when you start writing it down, you're able to ask yourself questions. Is this really plausible? Can I sustain this? Is this anything anyone is going to really want, right? Does it have value? And so you have to have a plan. And I also would say, do a little bit of research, right? Use the social media, use the internet to whatever business you want or thinking of going into. Check out some pages of people who are where you want to get to, right? Reach out, ask them a question. Do you mind telling me how you started? What were some of the pitfalls you experienced? Get a coach, get a mentor, because no journey can be completed on its own. At some point, you have to have some help, whether it's someone offering you a glass of water, offering you a seat to sit down. Knowledge is so important.
Right. I want to take a step back to something you said, from the very beginning, that if you are working, don't just quit your job unless you know you have the foundation, the financial foundation, the surplus, the excess sitting in your account, ready to do it. From a business perspective or business terminology, we talk about having working capital, seed capital, things that will help fund the business over some number of months. One of the things I talk about with my startup clients is having trigger points that just says, hey, I'm going to keep doing my day job, but here is what's going to be the trigger point where I pull the trigger to go to the next stage and the next level, the next phase, boom, boom, ultimately to the trigger point when I can say bye-bye to my job, my day job, and start doing my entrepreneurial work. Did you go through that kind of a process? Or are you going through that kind of a process? And if so, how did you develop your trigger points?
I'm actually going through that process. And true transparency, I had been for a long time treating my entrepreneurial space as a hobby. Mm-hmm. Until, talking to my coaches, them just inspiring me, not giving up on me, really helped me see that, wow, what I really want to do has value. There are so many women who need someone to be in their corner, to help them. And so now I am refocused. And so, talking to my coaches and saying, hey, I'm ready to do this. I'm ready to do this. For me, sometimes I get stuck and this might be for a lot of entrepreneurs, something just to remember. You're going to have those periods where you question yourself of, do I have value? Do I bring value? Is it good enough? and I'm realizing that I just got to do it. And the hardest part is the initial just do it, because we overthink it. We create barriers that don't need to be there. And the trigger for me is time is moving on. 2023 is, going to be December soon. And there are things that I want to at least set in place. So by the time 2024 hits, it's like, okay, now here's this, here's this, here's this. So for those thinking about the entrepreneurial journey, keep in contact with your coaches. If you have a support group, to keep you focused. So when you hit those trigger points, you have someone to say, hey, you made a commitment, accountability partners, you made a commitment. What's going on? How can I help you? What do you need? And so I have a really good support group, and I would encourage everyone on an entrepreneurial. Don't just have any and everybody as your support. Be really intentional, weigh their value to you and to your entrepreneurial process.
Good. You mentioned about having an idea of where you want to have impact. And I think that's an important piece in the decision-making process. From going from your side hustle, this is just my side hustle. I just do this, for fun. It's my hobby. I make a little extra money off of this, but I could never do this as, my job. I could never get to where I want to get to. If your day job is giving you all the opportunities to make the impact that you want to make, fulfill all the personal, goals that you have, provide all those opportunities, then great, you stay there. When they're not, that's when you start looking at, okay, what are their other avenues? And one of the first things I tell folks, whether they're going to work for someone coming fresh out of college or degree or certificate program or whatever, is where do you want to have impact? What do you want to be able to do to make a mark? Who do you want to make a difference for? How do you want to make that difference? And when you can start thinking through that, then you can say, well, then this is the job I want to have, the task I want to have. And you can start making the decision of, can I do it while I'm working for someone else? Or do I need to do this on my own? Did you go through similar kinds of conversations, or was your process, different from that?
I like to talk. I like to share information. I like to encourage women. And so just in conversations, right, I find myself being solution focused, right? And for me, in getting the feedback of, oh my gosh, you just said something so powerful. You really helped me. And just continuously having those, initial conversations with women with different issues, and getting the feedback that I'm providing value for them. It's like, oh, wow. Because there was a time when I needed that from another woman and I didn't get it.
Right.
And I promised myself, if I was ever able to, I would never leave another woman that I interacted with the same way they came. At least I would offer them some options, right?
Right.
Sometimes when we talk to people just listen to respond. They don't listen to your need, right? Sometimes you don't always want or need someone to give you an answer. Sometimes you just need to be heard. And I offer that to women. It's like I ask, what do you need? And so for my business is helping women where they are. They tell me where they want to go. Okay, so how can I help you get there? What do you need? You might need some information. You might need a connection. And so just kind of like being the bridge for them, right? Being the bridge for them.
One of the things when I'm working with my clients that surprises me, doesn't anymore because I've seen it enough. But when I first started doing it, it really surprised me. But I find it almost with every client who's looking to start, a business, and even for those who've been in business a while and who are trying to figure out how do I grow, that they are lacking the understanding of what makes them really unique and different, and in ways that their customer base, their clients, their target market would value and benefit from. So you started to talk a little bit about that in terms of, your journey, but go into that a little bit more. What was the process you used to identify, first and foremost, what was truly unique about you that gave you something that you could offer to others, whether you were working within an agency but especially if you were going to be, doing something on your own?
For me, it was the ability to listen and actually hear the salient points of their conversation, what their need is, because they may talk and they may think this is what they need, or this is what their issue is, but it's not really that. But if I listen enough, I ask enough questions, then I can go, oh, that's what it is. And for me, the process was just sitting with myself, doing a self-analysis of what's going on with me. Why do I feel this way? Why am I behaving this way? Being able to write these things down and being able to look them over and begin to process it. And so that was my process. What's going on? This is where I am, but this is where I want to be, or this is what I have. This is what I really need, not what I want. So how do I get to this? How do I meet my need, right? Or how do I go from here to here, whether it's job opportunities, whether it's, personal development, whatever the need is, just mapping it out. And so when I talk to women, I teach them how to map it out too. We work together to map it out.
Okay. So one of the things that I'm hearing you say is that you identified what was really unique about your skill set first by using it on yourself. That says, hey, I'm making this work for myself and I'm getting benefit out of that. How did you determine that it was your secret power, or your superpower, your secret sauce, to be able to make that a business that you could then have impact with others, the same way that you were having impact with yourself?
The way, because I was able to make some drastic changes. I was able to disrupt a behavior loop or a mindset that was no longer productive, that was no longer beneficial to me. And taking that same ability to make those shifts, I was able to create a plan, create a product, create a service that helped other women be able to make those same shifts. But mostly all it takes is asking yourself a question. Why do I think this? Let's take, for example, if I used to be angry, right? And that impacted my relationships with people. So then the question you ask yourself is, I ask myself rather, is why am I angry? Right? Why am I angry? What occurs that I'm angry? That where it's not just, oh, I'm angry. Okay. You get over it, but you're angry to the point where now you are impacting your relationship with someone in a negative manner. And so finding that out, answering that question, right? Being analytical. So you take what works for you, and then you're able to, oh, this does work. And you do it a couple, like you said, you can do it over and over enough times. You're like, oh, okay, yeah, this really works. Right. So now I can actually apply it to someone else's situation.
And I think it's important for people to hear that, not from the clinical psychology perspective, but from the entrepreneurial perspective. And I know sometimes when we're listening to people talk, we're like, oh, that doesn't apply to me. But what I heard you saying is, hey, I figured out for me, one, what works for me in terms of really understanding what's going on when I'm having a problem or not being successful or not having the impact that I want. And when I learned that, I started to figure out, well, then how do I use that with others? And what is it about me that, others might have the same need, the same want, this same expectation, and started applying it. That's the same with any business. And I think it's important for people to hear what you're saying there, that this is how, if you're going to go from not being an entrepreneur, working for someone else, to being an entrepreneur, that's part of that process and journey and determining, how do I have impact? Do I have something that others are going to want? And we talk about, at least, for me, I talk about pain points. Everyone has one of two pain points, sometimes two. One is a problem they have that they don't want. The other is a benefit they want that they don't have. And they spend all their time trying to figure out, okay, how do I either get rid of that problem or how do I get that benefit? And that's consuming them. And, we have to then identify whatever our strength is, whatever our superpower is, how does that, eliminate one of those pain points that folks have? So talk about how you then identified what women want and need within, the segment that you're targeting, and applied all those things that you just talked about to, really honing your focus in on women who had, bad events in their history that you were then going to work with.
Yes. One of the important things to remember is, even though, like you said, you have a superpower and you can actually, use that to help other women, you have to not be so self-focused, right? You have to recognize what your strength and what your power is, but you have to also tailor it to other people.
Mm-hmm.
It can't just be, oh, this is what worked for me, so this is what you're gonna do, right? Mm-hmm. It's like having the color red, but there's so many various shades to red, right? So someone might like that bright red, but someone might like that rose red. And so being able to take your strength, but be able to be sympathetic enough, empathetic enough, and be able to actually see the individual and how you can apply your superpower to them, and having compassion. But you got, and also I will say that you have to have some self-compassion for yourself, because there may be times when your superpowers fizzle out, but you don't beat yourself up. What do? Every time you fall down, the superpower is when you pick yourself back up. Mm-hmm. And so understanding that and being able to have that translate to when you're dealing with others is reminding them the entrepreneur journey is not going to be straight roses. It's not going to be, a smooth surface. You're going to have those ebbs and flows, but you have to stay the course, because if the strength is the strength, it's always going to be the strength, right? Right. It may be low sometimes. It may be high. It may be at that medium level, but it's always going to be there. And so having the confidence that this works, it works. Yeah. And so, but tailoring it to each situation, because we go through different situations, but you still use your superpower. But how you use it is the key.
Yeah. So we're running out of time, and I have a ton of questions I still want to ask you. So we'll have to, get back together and do this again. But I want to try and sneak, at least two. Maybe we only get to one, but two questions in. One is, when people are going from working, for someone else to their own thing, even after they have this idea of what they want to do and what their superpower is, and et cetera, they have to decide. So what exactly am I going to offer then? What's my product or service specifically going to be? How did you go about deciding, what that offer, what that product, what that service was going to be that you were going to deliver it, for the target market that you were going after?
Actually, it was a connection on Clubhouse. I just went into a chat room and started talking. So communication, letting people know, asking for help. If you have a general idea of what you want to do, find someone who's already doing that and simply ask them some questions. There are a lot of coaches who have, complimentary phone calls where you can just call and talk to them. And, I have some great coaches. And so I would tell anyone who is contemplating beginning an entrepreneurial journey to reach out and just talk to some different people in the field that they want to go into. Because what the cool thing about coaches are that they've already made the mistakes that you may potentially make. And so having a coach can eliminate a lot of wasted time, a lot of being stuck, backtracking, and all of that. And so I would always recommend getting a coach.
Okay. You started to touch on the other thing I was trying to sneak in there, which was about, how'd you go about getting clients or business, et cetera? Because that's the other thing that people always worry about. It's like, oh, if I do this, nobody will ever come. Nobody will ever buy my things. And you started talking about your approach because you were service-based, that you started off with kind of a networking approach. First doing informational interviews with people who can give you some ideas, but then doing networking. Was that the best way for you in the type of product that you or the type of service that you provide, of starting to get awareness out in the market that you were doing this? Was networking, or did you use some other things that you found to be more effective?
I actually started doing posts with information on Instagram, and I got great feedback from that. And from there, I was like, okay, I don't know enough about really what I want to do of being an entrepreneur. So let me network with some people. And so I did network. I've networked with some great people. I'm going to continue to network. And so basically what I did, I started out using social media, Instagram, Facebook. And now I'm going to actually start doing more lives, because I'm realizing that I have to come out from behind the posts so people can see my face and get a feel for me, right? Show the authenticity, show why you need to connect with me, so you can see my face, so you can see my mannerisms, right? Because sometimes words on a screen is just words on a screen, but you have to embody your message.
Yep. Well, I think that's important, and we're going to have to end it here, but I think it's important for folks. Often when I'm working with people, they think, oh, I got to spend a bunch of money for, marketing, advertising, et cetera, et cetera. And I tell them, normally it's just about process behavior changes, talking to folks about what you're looking to do. As you just suggested, posting things in places where folks will hear, and you can start building credibility. Oh, wow, that's an interesting position, or that's an interesting product, or that was an interesting service. I want to hear more about that, et cetera. Doing workshops, seminars, those kinds of things where people can start engaging with you. There's lots of free ways, or ways that are free to be able to, start communicating, marketing to your target market, and getting your message out about what it is that you do, and getting people engaged in your product or your service. So people should be aware of that, and you're, again, a great, testimony and example to that.
Well, thank you.
We're going to have to end it here, but here's what I'd like you to do. Folks have been listening to you about your service. You got a chance to show a little bit about your book, but if people want to engage with you more about either being an entrepreneur, or, specifically about, the services that you offer to women in terms of overcoming some, difficult things from their past, and being productive and fully accentuated. Talk about how people can reach you: website, email addresses, phone numbers, whatever is the best way for them to contact.
Well, they can reach me, send me a message on Instagram, Jocelyn7525. Just DM realignment, and I'll know what that means. Email is gjocelyn, my first name, JoyCelynn @yahoo.com.
Okay. All right. Well, I've enjoyed the conversation. I look forward to having, more and more in-depth conversations with you about this and your business. And as we say, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you so much.
All right. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or for K through 12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students. So you can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Again, that's www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. You can also use the Cash App that's rolling on the screen below. And use the account $BBX USA. Again, account is $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. And if you're a student, you can register online also at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you, please donate to the scholarship fund. We want to also thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for this month, September 2023. Almost forgot what month it was. This has gone by so fast. Those sponsors are NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richer Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milani Shani Global, the Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. Thank you for listening. Stay tuned for more programming. And remember, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you. Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, prove that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business lifecycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sydney Wormsby, and I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. The next speaker I know very well since I was born. Actually, I'm going to be the next speaker. We're going to do something a little bit different. I will be the next speaker talking about growing your business. And I'm going to do it from a slightly different perspective. For those who've been watching for this morning, we just did a chat with someone who is just starting their business, going down their entrepreneurial journey. And I want to incorporate the things that I'm going to talk about to help folks who are in a startup mode to understand how they apply, to them and for them in their stage and phase of their business as well. So I want to first thank you, for spending the time this morning to listen to what I have to say. And I'm going to be, not only appreciative of the time that you're giving me, but I want to make sure that I use that effectively to share some insights that are going to be effective for you in your entrepreneurial journey. My name again is Sydney Wormsby, and I'm a business growth and improvement guide. I'm the founder and owner of Strategic Solutions, Euertis Edecus. Euertis Edecus is Latin for excellence and distinction. As a practice, our organization provides solutions, and our tagline is solutions with results. And we provide those solutions with results to small and mid-sized businesses that double their revenues and their profits in less than 9 months. And I want to focus this morning not only for those who are in their business as owners and founders and running day-to-day and ongoing concerns right now, and how you can double your profits in that kind of time frame. But I also want to really speak to those who are starting their entrepreneurial journey, maybe thinking about starting their own business, or just started and trying to figure out, well, how can I get this to what I've envisioned and where I want this to go. And these concepts and the things I will talk about will also help you build $1 million sales or revenue foundation in less than 6 months. And that may sound outrageous or a bold claim, but because all of these things are behavior based, process based, they're things that cost little or no money, are quick to implement, and because they're also procedure and behavior based, they're quick to have impact. So whether you're a startup and looking to create your $1 million business and the foundation for that within the 6 months, or you're a going concern looking for ways to double your revenues in less than 9 months, the information that we're going to talk about is going to be useful for you. And we're going to spend some time going through the specifics. So let me tell you a little bit about what we're going to discuss. We're going to talk about growing your business and helping you understand what the secret sauce is to achieving growth. And here's what I'm going to talk about this morning specifically. What is growth and why it's important? What are the 5 drivers of growth? And there are only 5. And we're going to provide a few specific strategies and tactics that you can use to generate explosive growth in your business. So again, if you're a startup, it's going to allow you to create that foundation for $1 million business in that 6 months time frame. If you are a going concern, it's going to allow you to double your profits wherever you are, whether you are a business doing 10 or 20,000 a year, or whether you're a business doing 10 or 20 million a year. Using these strategies and approaches are going to allow you to double your profits within that time frame. So keep in mind, there's only limited time. I won't be able to cover everything that I'd like to do or that I work with my clients on in this 35, 45 minute time frame. I'll only be able to cover a few strategies, but I'll try and go in to some examples and detail around that, but I won't get to go into as much depth and detail as I would like. But hopefully the comments that I will give you will stimulate your thinking and open you up to some new actions that you can pursue. So let's go ahead and get started. So first, to give you a little bit of background about me and what gives me some experience or credibility in standing before you. The first thing I talk about maybe is the diversity and depth of my experiences, but I'll also talk a little bit about my passions and my commitments for delivering solutions that get things done and drive results. So in terms of the diversity of my experience, I started off my career working for Fortune 100 companies, companies like International Paper Company, Eastman Kodak, PepsiCo, Citigroup, in some places known better by Citibank, JP Morgan Chase. And so I spent the first part of my career in a lot of functions and roles and responsibilities running businesses for those Fortune 100 companies. But I've also spent the second half of my career as an entrepreneur, owning and operating my own 15-location restaurant business, leading my own consulting practice, a real estate and short-term boarding business. But I also have diversity in the industries that I've worked with. So I mentioned some of the Fortune 100 companies that I've worked for: chemical processing operations, parts manufacturing, equipment assembly, retail restaurants, retail banking, investment banking and investment services, IT, and then as a entrepreneur, as a consultant and coach. I've had diversity in the business phases that I've dealt with. So I've spent a lot of time with startups and starting up businesses within large corporations and starting up businesses of my own as an entrepreneur. I've had a tremendous experience in turnarounds, again, both in Fortune 100 companies, but also in businesses that I bought. And I bought with the intention of turning them around. So buying distressed businesses and then using the things that I'm going to talk about today to turn those around and then selling those businesses off. I've also worked in declining businesses, to help stabilize them and turn them around, to increase in sales. I've had diversity in functions and responsibilities, working on capital projects as an engineer, manufacturing management, ops management, process development, product management, R&D, business unit or P&L management, and executive leadership, and diversity in geographies from local, regional, to doing nationwide or, as well as international and global leadership. And then, last but not least, diversity in perspectives. So I've been a doer, as I just gave you, some of the experiences I've had as a Fortune 100 exec and manager, but also as an educator in terms of teaching as an adjunct professor at several colleges in the New York City area, and teaching every subject within the College of Business, specifically at Brooklyn College, which is part of the City University of New York system. But what also I want to really highlight is my passion and commitment for delivering results, getting things done. And as an entrepreneur, that's all you're really interested in. Is I want to be able to serve my customers, my clients, in a way that gets results. I'm looking for results for my business as an entrepreneur. So how do I grow it? Get more things done. And I've spent a career doing that for other folks, and now doing that for myself as well. So growing a retail restaurant group for one company from 10 units to 46 units in over 3 years, just over 3 years. Reversing the declining sales for a thermal imaging product in less than 6 months. And then growing sales for consumer banking business at 2 times the rate of the rest of the business units. So I really want to stress that the things that we're going to talk about today, I've done in those experiences, and the net of all of that is I know and I understand business. I know business from all perspectives. I know how each function or aspect of the business impacts the other functions and what makes a business grow. And I can understand your business because I know the business of business. And so what we're going to do today is really talk about those things that are generic and specific for all businesses. That when we talk about, there's only 5 areas of growth for business. That's every business, large or small, a Fortune 50 or 100 business, or an entrepreneurial business that's pre-revenue. Growth is going to come from these same 5 areas. And if we understand that, then we can have impact. So we'll first talk about why is growth important for a business. And that may seem logical or self-evident, et cetera. But when I talk to students, when I was an adjunct professor, and ask them what's the objective of business, usually the response that I get is something around a conversation about revenue. That the objective of business is to make money, is to sell stuff, to make a profit, to take care of my family, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I always tell folks that that's wrong. That's not the objective of business. And most people think I'm crazy, say I'm stupid, say I don't know anything about what it is that I do. But the objective of business is plain and simple and very clear. It's to meet the need of a customer. That's it. Now, the objective of business, therefore, is to solve a problem that a customer or client has. It's not that money isn't important. And in fact, money, or specifically revenue, is a measure of how well that business is meeting that need. Profit is a measure of how long that business will be able to meet that need and how many customers that business can serve. So it's not that money isn't important, but it's not the objective. And our customers typically have what I call pain points, one of 2 possible pain points. They either have some problem that they have that they don't want, or they have some benefit that they want that they don't have. So I'll repeat those again. Every one in your target market, every customer that you have, every client that you're serving has one of 2 pain points. Either a problem they have that they don't want, or a benefit that they want that they don't have. And they're spending all of their time consumed with solutions for that. So growth is important because it's proof that we're actually getting better at understanding and resolving the problems or the pain points that are facing our clients and our customers. And therefore, our revenues will grow because we're getting better at solving their problems and providing their desired benefit. And our profits will grow, which means we have the ability to serve more of those customers or clients, and the ability to serve them for a longer period of time. So growth in profits allows us really to do the thing that we're passionate about, that inspired us to start or buy our business, and to do that for more people and for a longer time. So that's why growth is important. Now, the question then is, well, how do we achieve it? And as I tell folks all the time, most businesses, most small businesses, and most large Fortune 100 businesses basically grow at the rate of gross domestic product, or GDP, which means they grow at the same rate as the national economy, which is why so many businesses really look at inflation rates and what's the national inflation rate going to be, because they see that as reflective of what their business growth or declines are going to be. If GDP is declining, they're expecting that their business will decline. If GDP is growing and the national economy is growing, theirs is going to grow. But I would submit that that's not what you want for your business, really, to be worrying about what every other business or what the national economy is going to be doing. And if you're not interested in being worried about what every other business is going to be growing, or whether they're going to be growing, or whether they're going to be declining, if you're wanting your life to be focused on and your business to be focused on what you're going to do and what you're able to implement, then the things that we're going to talk about are going to be especially interesting for you. So we're going to talk about from growth from a couple perspectives. I didn't mention this, but I have a science background. And so a lot of the things that I do, I look at it from a scientific perspective, as an engineer. So a lot of the things I do from growth come from my understanding of a couple simple concepts: Pareto rule, which I'll define in a second; experimental design, which I'll also define; and continuous improvement. So as I said, I have an undergraduate degree in engineering, mechanical engineering, and an MBA in HR, human resources management, and operations. And so one of the concepts that I just mentioned was Pareto rule, which we often know as the 80-20 rule. And the Pareto rule was established by an Italian economist back in the 1890s, who was responsible for collecting tax revenue and identified that 80% of all the tax revenues that he collected came from about 20% of the population. And he wondered, is this consistent with other areas, and could he observe this in other facets of life? And so he went out looking at and studying this. And what he found was that in almost every situation or scenario, there was this 80-20 rule effect that simply said 80% of all the outcomes were a result of 20% of some effort. And I call this the trivial many versus the vital few. That 80% of the outcomes, those vital few things that we're interested in, comes from 20% of our effort. If we are wanting to grow our business, then it means that we're basically getting 80% of our revenue and profits from the things that we are spending only 20% of our time on. And that makes no sense. So why do we do it? So again, I'll just repeat it. We spend 20% of our time on things that result in 80% of our revenue and profits. And that means we're spending 80% of our time on things that only derive 20% of our revenue and profits. So I call those 80% of the things that we're doing that generate only 20% of our results. It's those activities, again, that's the trivial many. Those are activities that I call firefighting or rat killing. We're fighting fires or we're killing rats, things that seem important but take up a bunch of our time, sometimes are important, but aren't critical, and they aren't fundamental to growing the business. And as an entrepreneur, and especially heading a company where you are responsible for others, it's important that you are spending your time on those things that drive the 80% of your revenue and your profits. And if we can spend more time on that, we will see explosive growth within our business. So I then use, my experience as a mechanical engineer and, with a science background, to use a concept called experimental design to understand, well, what are those critical few things, those vital few things, the 20%, things that we should be spending our time on that's going to drive, all of this explosive growth in. And using that, started identifying 5 areas, 5 areas that were, critical for growth. And this is for all businesses. Doesn't matter whether you're, again, a Fortune 50 just starting, been in business for 5 years, 15 years, 30 years, etc. All growth for all businesses come from these 5 areas. More leads, higher conversion of those leads, which is converting those leads into paying customers. More transactions, meaning each of those customers actually doing more business, buying more of our product or services and different products and services with us. Being able to charge higher prices, meaning that we're creating a value proposition. And then more profits, which means we're really reducing expenses that we're using or that are consuming the dollars that we're bringing in as revenue. So those are the 5 areas that all growth comes from: more leads, more conversion or higher conversion of those leads, more transactions, higher prices, and more profits. So if we're going to spend time growing the business, we need to spend time in those areas. I'm going to talk about probably with the time that I have, probably only a couple of these areas, but I want to start first and foremost about leads. Because that's the lifeblood of a business. You can't have a sale if you don't have a lead. So the key to getting more leads, though, is really good marketing. And good marketing is about really fundamentally these 3 things. Targeting the right market, targeting that market with the right message, and using the most effective media to deliver that message. So I'll repeat that. Good marketing is about fundamentally three things: targeting the right market with the right message and using the most effective media. So what does that mean in terms of right message? The right message, first and foremost, is about having something good to say. What's good to say? It's having something that we can say about ourselves or our business that we do well that no one else can say. If someone else can say it, then it doesn't make me unique. And I want to find and identify that thing that makes me unique, that sets me apart. And one of the things I found in all of my consulting work is that most people, most businesses don't understand this. They don't understand it about themselves individually as an owner, what makes them unique, what is really good about them, what are they better than the average bear at, and they don't understand that about their company. And so because they don't understand that, they replace or put in their marketing things that are more platitudes. We have the lowest prices. Maybe, maybe not. Everybody can say that. We have the best people. We've been in business for X number of years, fill in the blank, 30 years, 10 years, 15 years, etc. We train our staff, for customer service. These are platitudes that really don't set you apart, don't explain what's really unique about you, and it doesn't answer or address the pain point that your target market is dealing with. So remember what I said before. Every customer, every individual is dealing with one or two pain points. And that's either a problem that they have that they don't want, or a benefit that they want that they don't have. And the key to having something good to say is identifying what is unique about you that no one else can say, and that is relevant to your target market's problem or pain point. Meaning, what is unique about you that no one else can do or say or isn't as good as you in, that you can use to solve the problem that your target market has, or that you can use to provide the benefit that your target market wants. And if you are doing that, then you are creating what I call a market dominating position statement. You're staking out your position in the market where you can dominate, because no one else can do what it is that you can do to the level that you can do it. And it's relevant and solving a problem that your target market has and wants resolved, or providing a benefit that they want. So you can dominate that space. And when you can dominate that space, then you're going to find people flowing to you, having having leads contact you at will. And that's the objective. So it's not just saying that we have the best customer service, but it's identifying what you do, what you are unique at, that will help solve their problem. So when we have something good to say, that's the first step in great marketing. That's having part of the having the right message. But the second part of that is say it well. So if I have something good to say, but I say it confusingly, if I say it incompletely, then it's not going to have as great of impact. So saying it well, I use what's called a conversion equation. And remember, I said I have a science background, so math and equations are something that I'm comfortable with. But this is an equation like in a formula. This is an equation more in terms of phases and steps of the conversation that you're going to have with your clients, and that each one of your ads or messages to your target market should involve or include. And the first is to interrupt. So as I said before, everyone has either a pain point of a problem they have they want to get rid of, or a benefit that they want to accumulate or achieve. And that's consuming their conversation in their head. And what we have to do first and foremost is interrupt that conversation. And so your communication with your message to your target market needs to interrupt that. And so you need to have some kind of headline or subheadline that makes them stop and say, what is that you just said? And tell me more about that. If you don't have that, they're going to keep in their mind having the conversation over and over about their pain points. So the first part of that message needs to be interrupting the conversation that they're having about their pain point. The second is to engage them. And that is where we promise some desired outcome relative to that pain point. Where third, we're going to educate them, where we communicate what our market dominating position is and why we add value, why they should be doing work and business with us. And last, we're going to make them an offer. So part of that right message is ending with a call to action, an offer. And that offer must be compelling, what I call a Godfather offer, an offer they can't refuse. And so when we have a call to action, we're telling them what they need to do, but we're giving them the reason for doing that. And we're giving them a reason that they look at and they say, I'd be a fool not to accept that, not to take advantage of that. And that's what makes it an offer that they can't refuse. So having the right message means having something good to say, saying it well, but last but not least, say it often. Repeat, repeat, repeat. So when we say something, often it starts to get ingrained in people's mind. It's part of that branding process. The way that we say things, how we say it, the colors that we want people to start associating our message with our brand, with who we are, what we will deliver, and what we stand for. And the more often that we say that, the more it will be ingrained in them, the more they will come to trust us as a resource that has their best interest at heart and that will do and deliver the things that they need or that are important and valuable to them. So right message means, again, about having something good to say, saying it well, and then saying it often. Every marketing communication or every message requires all three of those things. Not one of them, not two of them, but all three of those things. And in my work with my clients, that's one of the things that I see often of why people aren't having impact and effective or getting effects from the marketing and communication that they're using. That they're doing maybe one of those or two of those, but not all three of those. So as an example, you might have a digital marketing firm that will talk to you about dealing with your social media and making sure that your SEO is number one for your page, et cetera, et cetera. But getting looks isn't the same as getting folks to make a call for engaging you in business. Getting people to get to your page and click on your page doesn't mean that they're necessarily then going to buy your product or service. That's because the message may be all wrong. They went to your page for whatever reason. There's your search engine optimization consultant use the right words on your page, but the message that those words had didn't resonate, didn't address the pain point that they had. You may have advertising or PR coaches or consultants that may create the right message, but for the wrong target market because they really haven't helped you identify who those folks are. Or you might be using the wrong platform or the wrong medium for that message. So again, it's important that all three are there. And if you're not using all three aspects of that, right message, right market, right medium, then you're going to have less than effective marketing, and those dollars are going to be ineffective. The return on those dollars is going to be less than ideal for what you want. And often that's why people get frustrated and turned off from using consultants in the past, or decide that they're going to try and go it on their own because they haven't gotten the results that they wanted. And I'll tell you, if you're not getting the results, look at that aspect. Are you using all of those three aspects of your marketing communication? So next thing, conversions. How do we convert once we've gotten a lead contacting us, and people now trust us, for someone that has their best interests at heart, and they're going to our web pages, our social media pages, or they're contacting us through the phone calls, or they're seeing us in a networking event, and they're deciding, hey, I want to get more information. How do we convert those leads into paying customers? Someone saying yes to our compelling offer, someone who's going to hand over cash to us, in the transaction process. And here I'll talk about two examples of things that we can do, but it's important for us to first understand the buying process. So most people are not what we call, or what I call, now buyers, people who are looking to buy right now, today. And 99% of the market, I don't care what product or service that you're selling, 99% of that market isn't going to buy today. They're not looking to buy right now. Most of the market are what I call future buyers. They may be far in the future buyers, or they may be near in the future buyers, but they're folks who are going to be looking in the future to buy. Now, far in the future buyers are folks who are kind of doing their basic research, getting some ideas, have a thought that they might be looking to do something different, and they're capturing some information. Near future buyers are trying to decide what are the right features and functions of this thing that I'm going to be buying, and who's offering those kinds of things. Now buyers are looking at who's got the best deal, who's going to meet my need the best, etc. And so, most of our marketing is geared towards now buyers, that 1% of the market who is ready to buy right now. And that's fine. We should have an offer for them. That's what I talked about before, having a compelling offer, something that, we're going to present to them that is going to be hard for them to turn down. And for each product, each service, that's going to be something different depending on who your target market is and what's important to them. But we will have a compelling offer that targets a now buyer. But what are we going to do for those not now buyers? And for there, we have two options. Or for those folks, who are going to be future buyers, we can use something like a drip campaign. A drip campaign is where we're going to email folks or set up emails where we can continually communicate to them and with them about things that are important for them, things that are important for them that are resulting or relating to the problems that they have that they don't want, or the benefits that they want that they don't have. They may be directly related to the product or service that we offer, or it may only be related to their mindset and the things that they're dealing with as part of that target market. But we will be providing information, resources, it may be surveys, all kinds of things that we can provide to them that show them that we are a trusted resource for them, someone that they can, again, rely on for providing information, knowledge, expertise, referrals, for things that are going to help them solve the problems that they're dealing with day to day. And then when they become a now buyer for our product and service, we will be front of mind for them. So that's one aspect. And drip campaigns are important also because for most of our contacts, for most of our prospects, for most of our leads, it will take, statistically it's shown and research has shown, anywhere from 5 to 12 contacts before we ever get them to convert to a client. And so drip campaigns become a way that we can do that. But here's another way we can convert. And for those folks who might say no to our initial compelling offer, maybe it wasn't as compelling for them, or maybe it didn't quite fit. One of the things that we can do with those folks is a downsell. A downsell is where we are offering a product or a service that is smaller in quantity, smaller in size, maybe lower in features and functions, that we will sell at a lower price point. It may be lower in quality, meaning it's doesn't have the highest materials, etc., but will meet the need of a certain market base, et cetera. All of those become examples of a downsell, where we will give them this other offer to bring them on board. It might be instead of selling them all of the whistles and bells products, maybe we're going to offer them a basic and simple model. It may be instead of offering them a 6-week class, what we're going to offer them is a 1 week or a 1-day trial. And so many of you have received those trial offers where, you have to give them their credit card, but it's a 7-day free trial where they get to test out and try out, the product or service, et cetera, that company is offering. That's an example of a downsell where they gave you something for free or low cost. In this case, free. It's a trial where you can, kick the tires, look under the hood, test it out, see how it fits for you. And the idea or the hope is that you will then sign on, for the full service going forward. So all of those become, great ideas or examples of how we can convert, leads to buying, customers, et cetera. I'm running out of time, so I'm not going to have an opportunity to go through the other 3 categories or to give you more depth and detail. But again, if we're looking at more transactions, the examples of that would be upsell, cross-sell kind of strategies. So a cross-sell would be where we offer a purse with that dress, a tie with that suit. An upsell is where we might, upsell someone to the combo. They ask for just the sandwich and fries, and we upsell them to the combo meal to get the drink included in that. More transactions might be through joint ventures and ways that you can use other businesses who are aligned with your target market to be able to generate more business for you. Higher prices is not about just raising your prices, but it's about how do you show value and how do you create value and communicate a value proposition to your target market so that they are willing to pay more because of the problem that you're solving or the benefit that you're providing for them. And more profits are, again, really about how do you reduce expenses, become more efficient, improve quality so that you're reducing cost in order to drive more of the revenue to the bottom line. So as a conclusion, by using the concept of continuous improvement, profit, and my profit growth simulator, I work with my clients on showing them small incremental improvements in areas like these 5 that we just talked about, and showing them how they can have huge results, explosive results in their overall business. And again, because the changes are procedure-based, behavioral-based, the ways that you are doing things, they're quick to be implemented. They're low or no cost to be implemented, and they are quick to have impact. And so that impact can be explosive and it can be fast. And so, as I said before, implementing these things can, allow you to double your profits in less than 12 months, allow you to, set a foundation for $1 million business as a startup in 6 months. So if you're interested in getting more information about these topics, getting more examples of how you can do that, feel free to reach out to me. You can go to my website, www.solutionswithresults.com. Again, that's solutionswithresults.com. You can get some information about my services, my practices. You can get my contact information. You can sign up for some education training. You can get a free digital copy of my book, where I go into all of these things in much more detail, so that you can start putting some of those things into place. You can go to that website and send me a specific question about your business, a problem that you're dealing with, and I will get back with you within 48 hours with a response to that. So again, that is with results.com. You can also reach out to me, very accessible, even via phone. In the US, that's +1 718-791-8707. Again, that's 718-791-8707. I really appreciate you listening to me and what I had to say this morning, spending some time with me. So in addition to the thanks for listening, here's to your success. Now I'm going to switch hats a little bit and go back to my moderator and just really communicate what it is that the Black Business Expo is all about. And as I said before, the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or for K-12 entrepreneurs. The Expo is a fundraiser for students. So you can go to blackbusinessexpousa.com. Again, that's www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. You can also use Cash App, and that should be scrolling through your screen below, with the account $BBXUSA. Again, that's $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at blackbusinessexpousa.com. Remember, every dollar counts. And so we'll remind you, please donate to the scholarship fund. I'd also like to thank the Black Business Expo USA sponsors for this month, September 2023. Those sponsors are NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richer Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milani Shani Global, the Executive Women Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. Again, thank you for listening this morning to your success. Remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she is what she wants to be, the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
Hey guys, my name is Caden. I'm the CEO of Caden Teaches, and my genius is teaching kids about financial literacy. Throughout my financial products, such as my financial flashcards, my activity book, and my newest project, my financial bus, which I bought. And on the bus, it has a mock bank where kids will learn how to deposit and withdraw money, a mock grocery store where kids will be able to learn how to have a family budget, and a mock stock exchange where kids will even be able to learn how to invest in stocks. Now, I decided to start teaching kids about financial literacy because I find that most kids graduate high school without even knowing the basics about financial literacy. And I feel if I were to teach kids about financial literacy, that I would be able to help kids tap into their genius. And I actually learned about financial literacy to my dad because I would go to business meetings with him and I would always see that they were talking about financial literacy. And at that point, I didn't understand what financial literacy was. So I took it upon myself to learn about financial literacy and teach it to kids in a way that they could understand. But I want you guys to help me help kids tap into their genius by going to my website, cadenteaches.com, and you can sew into me in my financial bust by going to my GoFundMe link. And remember, if Caden can, you can too, because genius is common.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III, and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle, with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being, with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA. A place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Crystal Gomez. I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Dr. Barbara Wright. Certified Dream Builders Inc. was founded in 2016 by Dr. Barbara Wright. Certified Dream Builder Inc., or CDB, is a premier provider of grants, contracts, and loan fund development services, catering to nonprofit and for-profit organizations on local, state, and national levels. Our comprehensive offerings encompass consulting, document preparation, and workshops for the contract and loan application readiness, consulting services, and innovative grant writing apps. At Certified Dream Builder, we excel in the development of business and nonprofit programs, ensuring they are primed for funding opportunities. I present to you Dr. Barbara Wright, founder of Certified Dream Builder, Inc.
Good morning, and thank you so much.
Well, we look forward to hearing all that you have to say today.
I appreciate you, and Genius is coming.
And I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. I'm Dr. Barbara Wright, and I have been at this grant writing training readiness for years, and it's never more important than it is right now. There are so many different things that we need to do, different hoops that we need to jump through in order to be ready for business. And what I'd like to do today is help you dispel some of the myths that you may have about organizational readiness, whether you are already in business or you are thinking about starting a business or a nonprofit for that matter, because we've been helping nonprofits for quite a few years now. So what I'd like to do is share information with you from my book, Getting Ready for Grant Writing. And in that book, Getting Ready for Grant Writing, we walk you through 7 steps to get your organization ready for grants, contracts, and loans, because it's basically the same process. Banks and fund development officers and fund development community is not in the business of risk lending. So they are adamant about you having your documents together when they are going to consider giving you their funds. So you may ask, what is considered together? I think they're turning me down because of this or that or the other. Well, I want to help dispel some of the myths for you today. I'll tell you first the 7 areas that are covered in the Getting Ready for Grant Writing book. But today I'm going to mainly focus on the feasibility and some of those first things that you need to do before you ever take that leap. Or if you've already taken the leap, what can you go back and do to dot every I and cross every T so that you are ready for getting grants, contracts, and loans. So step 1 or section 1 is the strategic planning or the feasibility study, whatever you want to call it. Research and strategic planning is the first section, and that's the section that we will cover today. Section 2 in that Getting Ready for Grant Writing, Contracts, and Loan book is the make you or break you of regulatory requirements, where we break down the different regulatory requirements that you have to meet. Just yesterday, I received a call from a former client who had lost their 501c3 because they had not met some of the regulatory requirements. So you have to make sure that you do that. We're not going to focus on that today, but that is something important that you need to do. The third area that you need to look at when you are getting ready for grants, contracts, and loans or marketing your organization is starting or restarting your organization with credibility. I do realize that Wednesday is about marketing, but unless you do some of these things, it's going to make it a little difficult for you to market your organization. And we'll even talk a little bit about the marketing as well today. Number 4 is that you developed your quality brand identity, which has everything to do with marketing. We're not going to dive way into that, but that is in my Getting Ready for Grant Writing book. And then the next section is establishing the right collaborative partnerships, making sure that you've got those people that's going to help get you to the next level. None of us can do everything by ourselves. We do have to have partnerships and collaboratives to help us get going. And there are 5 different types of collaboratives that we talk about in the Getting Ready for Grant Writing book that you do need to establish. And number 6 is building the scalable operating budget for sustainability. You want to build your budget so that after the grant funds or contract funds or wherever you got your funds, your family loan funds, after wherever your funds are gone, now you are able to stand on your own 2 feet and create your own sustainability. And the last area in the Getting Ready for Grant Writing book is the tools and strategies to prepare your grant writing team. Because as I said, excuse me, you are not an island. You cannot do this by yourself. You must work in teams in order to get things done. Maybe some of those skills you don't have, someone else in the group will have them, or one of your partners may have those skills, but it's extremely important that you develop a team for getting this done. So I'm going to go back, as I said, to step 1 in the Getting Ready for Grant Writing books. There are 7 steps. But today we're just going to focus on step 1. Sometimes I think we as teachers, especially myself, I can give you TMI, too much information. But today I'm going to break down this first area, which is that research and strategic planning, so that you know what is the feasibility study and what should I be doing no matter what business or nonprofit I'm starting. What should I be doing to get myself ready? So the first area that I'm going to cover is going to be the STP approach. And the STP, for those of you who are in marketing, you already know what that is. But that STP approach has to do with segmenting the market, your targeting, and your positioning so that you have a framework for marketing whatever it is that you are about to do, because that's the secret for planning and organizing your business or nonprofit so that you can actually attract the people that you need to attract. When we talk about segmenting and targeting and positioning, think of a pie, a whole pie. If you look at business or the business that you're trying to get as a whole pie, you're not trying to get that whole pie, because maybe there's 20,000 people in your area, but you only want to reach about 1% of that 20,000. So that 1% would just be 200, because 10% would be 2,000. So you just want to reach 1%. And if you can get $1,000 from that 1%, which is 200, that's all the money that you are looking to make for that particular year. Let's say you're not just doing local, but you're doing international. So you know there's 8 billion people in the world, and you're looking to get a fraction of that percent. When you're talking about segmenting your market, that's what we're talking about. I was listening to one of the advertisements before it was time for me to speak, and the young man was talking about his genius. And it made me think, and he said that he wanted to teach personal finance to children, and he wanted to break it down to where anyone could understand it. And I think Meta and some of the other organizations are starting to do the same thing. I think some of the organizations are saying we want to break it down to where a 5-year-old could understand it. So if you just think about a pie and you think about your section of the pie, you may be able to cut that pie into 100 different slices, and you just want your one slice. So that's how you segment the market. That's what it means. It means taking your piece of pie. When we look at fast food at their pie, you've got McDonald's with the section, you've got Burger King with the section, you've got Taco Bell with the section, you've got all these people with their section of the pie. And then maybe your little restaurant comes and you're expecting to get your small section. That's segmenting the market. And then you target who it is that you're reaching, whether you are a nonprofit or a for-profit. If you are going to do the strategic planning, you need to know who you are targeting. I remember listening to Family Dollar, and supposedly they were targeting middle income families, but basically that wasn't who they're getting. But every organization, every company has a target market, even though they may reach some others and they're happy for every customer that comes through the door. They have a target person they're trying to reach, and you have to know who that target is that you're trying to reach. If you're really going to set your organization up to get those funds, to keep funds coming through the door, and to be able to serve the organizations that serve the people that you are trying to serve, whether you are a for-profit or a nonprofit organization, and then positioning yourself to where you can get the funding. Now, one thing I'm going to tell you is, just because you are a good business person, just because you have a business degree, or you may have 2 or 3 or 4 degrees like I do, it does not matter about that, because there are some other things that comes into play that determines your success, and we're going to cover those. But you still need to know about that STP approach. And when we talk about that STP approach, we're talking about segmenting the market, targeting who you want to serve, whether that's low income people, middle income people. Is your target market Blacks, Asians? Is it everybody? Who is your target? And then how do you position yourself so that you are able to receive, to let them know? How do you position yourself? How do you brand yourself to let people know that you are there? Because you can offer the best service, you can provide the best be the best nonprofit, you can be the best for-profit, but if you are not positioned to where people can find you, it won't mean anything. It does not mean anything that I have 2 apps. I have an app called 1 Hour to Grant Writing. I have an app called 1 Hour to Funds that I developed and that I have on iOS and the Android platform. But if I do not advertise those, and if I don't talk about 1 Hour to Funds and 1 Hour to Grants, nobody will ever know it's there. If I don't talk about Certified Dream Builder, which is my website, nobody will ever know it's there. If I don't talk about the 25 books that are on my website and advertise the 25 books and provide the free workshops like this one to where organizations know that I'm there, nobody will ever know that Dr. Wright is there. So you must position yourself so that people will know that you are there. Because if you don't do it, if you don't hire someone to do it, then there is not going to be anyone there to assist you. So how do you get yourself ready to segment your market, to target the market, to position yourself? How do you get yourself ready? There are 5 W's that you need to answer. And those answers are the who, the what, the when, the where, and the why that you're doing business. Once you can answer those 5 W's, who are you personally, academically, professionally? Who are you? Why are you even interested in what you're doing? You need to be able to answer the who. Who are you? Who's your competition? Who are your partners? Who are you serving? Who are your customers? You need to be able to answer every one of those before you are ready to jump. And if you have already jumped and you are not able to answer those, this is our strategic planning session here. Go back and do it again. Yes, you might have started running and now you realize, oh my goodness, I don't have on the right shoes, or I don't have on whatever it is. This is your morning to get it for your organization, whether you are a for-profit or nonprofit. This is your time to get it and get it fixed. Okay, so now you know the who. The what in your strategic planning. What program, product, or service are you offering? Are you offering it locally? Are you offering it nationally? Are you offering it internationally? I had no idea I would be working globally or internationally when I was a young girl living down in Plum Nelly, Plum out the country, Nelly out the world in Arkansas. I had no idea that I would be actually working globally. You need to determine what program, product, or service are you offering, and is it going to be offered locally, nationally, or internationally? When are you offering your programs, products, or services? Are you offering it daily, weekly, monthly, yearly? When are you offering it? Because determining when you're offering your service can help you know how to lay things out and how to advertise, and checking out the best time to when to advertise is really good as well. And all of this is out there somewhere on the internet, and some of you are working with AI now, so you understand that you can go to ChatGPT and ask, what is the best time to put on an ad? What is the worst time to put on an ad? When is the best time to give a workshop? When is the worst time to give a workshop? Should I give a work? Is it best to give a workshop online, offline? These are questions that you can ask. So when are you providing your program, product, or service? Where are you providing it? That next W is the where. Where are you providing? Are you doing in person? Are you doing virtually? Are you doing a location, a freestanding location? Is it a hybrid? Are you going to be in a mall as an inline store? Are you going to be in a freestanding store? All of these are things that you need to think about as far as where. Are you going to sign a lease? Are you going to do a triple net lease? Are you not doing a triple net lease? I don't like triple net leases, so I don't do triple net leases. That means that you are renting somebody's facilities and all the repairs you have to do. So you don't really, I don't want a triple net lease. Some people do, I don't. But anyway, you have to think about where you are going to locate your organization, and you need to be able to answer the question why. In your strategic planning, why are you providing your programs, products, and services? Now, if you have not done these things and you have already opened your organization, I'm telling you at some point, you're going to have to go back and do your first work over again. So make sure that you know why. Now, what do I mean? What do you mean, Dr. Wright, about why you're doing what you're doing? You need statistics to support everything that you say you're doing. You need those stats to support it. And where do you get those stats? It's called empirical data. You're looking for data that's less than 6 years old, that has been done by a college or by some major newspaper may have done an article, and they may talk about some studies that have been done. I know that you're smart, and I know that you can do a lot of things, and I know that I've been there, done that. I've walked in those moccasins. So that's why I know that it's successful, but nobody wants to hear you. They want to hear studies. And because people have been around for over 2,000 years, a study has been done to support whatever it is that you are saying you're going to do. So make sure that you look for those studies that can help you determine your why. What is your why? The next thing you want to do is make sure that you know the vocabulary and the definitions, and you know what is being discussed in your industry. Now, we're talking about doing a strategic plan so that we are ready to take on this market. We're ready to segment, we're ready to target, and we're ready to position because we know exactly what we are offering. So make sure that you know the vocabulary that goes along with your organization. I love to talk about grant writing, contracts, fund development. I love to talk about that, but I want to talk about that to someone who at least has an idea. So when you are talking to people, you want to make sure that you are talking to people about in an informative way. So learn the vocabulary that you need to learn in order to talk to people the right way. Okay, so in addition to that, you also want to learn what your NTEE codes are. There are a lot of codes. There's a lot of information out there about your organization. And that information is out there online under different codes. So National Taxonomy of Exempt Entities, NTEE, in order for you to apply for contracts and grants, you need to know what that is. You need to get familiar with the NAIC industry classification codes, because there's going to be some information out there. And if you're going to apply for grants and contracts, you need to know what those codes are. So get familiar with the NAIC codes. And then there may be some codes just in your industry. You want to know what the licensing rules and regulations are in your industry. The other thing that you want to do in this strategic planning session is you want to make sure that you compare your organization to other organizations. Now, what I'm going over with you is the first chapter in my book, Getting Ready for Grant Writing, where and this first chapter is where we do a basic strategic plan. Now, y'all know that organizations charge anywhere from $4,000 to $10,000 for strategic planning, and maybe as much as $20,000 for strategic planning. This is my do-it-yourself guide for making sure that you do the strategic planning that you need to do to get your organization ready to be out there and be marketed to the industry. None of us are perfect, and all of us are continuously doing what we can do to make sure that our organizations is the best that it can be. So you will continue to do things, but one thing you can do is on this next slide that I'm going to, it is comparing your organization to a comparable organization that offers the same programs, products, and services. Don't think that you're the only one offering what you're offering, because I guarantee you there is someone else who is offering something similar. Find an organization that is offering something similar to what you are trying to offer. Check out websites that are similar to what you are trying to do. One of the hardest parts of getting a website developed is trying to develop the website without looking to see what everybody else is doing. What size is this organization? What's their mission statement? What's their fundraising strategies? Who donates to them? Especially if you are not, if you are a nonprofit, who are their sponsors? Who are their advertisers? Because if you find that out, then it can probably improve your chances of being able to get some of those same funders. So you want to make sure that you do a comparison. And then I have two additional slides, and these are extremely important. Have you done a SWOT analysis for your organization? SWOT stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Are you really ready for the market? Do you know what your strengths are? Do you know what your weaknesses are? Do you know what the opportunities are that are available for you? And do you know what those threats are? And so you said, oh, Dr. Wright, I did a SWOT analysis a long time ago. I know about that. You don't have to tell me about a SWOT analysis. I know, we already worked on that. Well, then I want to take you to the next slide, which to me is the most important slide here. That's that pestle analysis. So when I was talking about you being the best that you could be in business, and one thing I want to tell you about that, you can be the best and still not necessarily be successful because of some of the things that go on beyond our expectations and beyond what we're thinking about, and what's happening in other people's strategic planning boardrooms, in those boardrooms that you're not there and you didn't know these conversations were being had. What types of conversations am I talking about? I'm talking about political concerns. I'm talking about economic concerns. I'm talking about social and cultural changes like affirmative action. You were thinking, okay, well, yeah, we're going to do diversity and inclusion, and we're going to be able to be supported. And then all of a sudden, they pull that diversity and inclusion rug from under you, and you can't depend on that anymore. That's some of those social and cultural concerns that change. Technology concerns, environmental concerns, and legal concerns. That is the pestle analysis. That determines your business success more than your degree, more than what you know, more than, well, I won't say more than who you know, but sometimes even more than who you know, because who you know may not know the pestle analysis, and they may be thinking, we're going to be so successful. These are the areas that you have to look at when you are doing the strategic planning. This is before you jump out there, before you start meeting regulatory requirements. Everything that I just covered, you need to be aware of. Your organizational development research, you need to make sure that you know what program, product, services you will provide. You need to know what program, products, and services are already available. What's already out there? How can you fill the gap? I heard Charles Koch who I was in a meeting with him, and Charles Koch said, you want to fill the gap. You're not trying to put other people out of business. You want to fill the gap. And that way, the person on the left side will support you, and the person on your right side will support you, because when people come to you, they may go to them as well. So fill the gaps wherever you can. So you want to know what's already available. You want to know what additional programs, products, and services are needed, because that's that gap filler. That's what you're going to become. You want to know what additional programs, products, and I covered that. Okay, and then we move to the evaluation of your final ideas. And that's when you jump back to that SWOT analysis that we talked about, because you've already got your 5 W's, your who, your what, your when, your where, and your why that we talked about. You've done some of those things that we've already talked about. So now you're going to evaluate your ideas. That SWOT analysis: strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. You're going to do that PESTLE analysis: political concerns, economic concerns, technological concerns, environmental concerns, and social concerns. And right now, our world has changed so much. I know good and well that you guys know that the technology that we had just a while ago is no longer available. We have to make sure that we are checking the technology, because it's advancing so fast that they're saying that we are advancing faster than they did during the Renaissance. If I could meet those people back in 1908 when they came out with the Model T Ford, and all of a sudden the horses in about 10 years became a sport rather than the workhorses that they had been in the past. They had been our transportation. They had been our delivery services. They had been everything. Now, all of a sudden, the horses get to jump up in the back of the truck and ride. So they no longer were the workhorses. So everybody had to relearn. We're in that same situation that those people were in during the Renaissance. We're in that same situation that the people were doing during the Industrial Revolution, how things change. During the computer age, just a few years ago, there was no computers. We had our phone. When I was a teenager, our phone was connected to the wall, and you're sitting there up against the wall with the phone cord hanging. And, now these kids, they can talk I can talk on my watch. You don't even need a phone these days. And they're trying to put chips in your head to where you don't even need a phone at all. The technology is changing so fast. So in order for you to keep up, you've got to make sure that you're doing those analyses. I'm going back over some of the areas that I covered. Do that STP, making sure that you know how to segment your market in that pie, how to target your market, how to position yourself, making sure that you know your 5 W's, your who, your when, your who, what, when, where, and why of your organization. Any of these things that you did not get, you can get them in my Getting Ready for Grant Writing book on my website at certifieddreambuilder.com. Make sure that you are supporting the Black Business Olympics as well. Support the opportunity that they're given to these youth for computers, because if our children do not get the technology, we are in trouble. Support them, because they are the reason. Dr. Eric Kelly and the Black Business Olympics is the reason that you're getting this information in the first place, that I'm able to come here and share my 5 W's, that I'm able to share my Getting Ready for Grant Writing workbook with you, and my certifieddreambuilder.com. He is the reason. So make sure that you remember that. And then make sure that you know the definitions of your organization, that you can speak the language of your organization. Make sure that you know your NTEE codes and your NAIC codes, your insurance codes for your organization. Because if you code yourself wrong, you're going to end up paying more for insurance than everyone else. So make sure that you know the codes. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, you need to hurry up and do some research. You want to also compare your organization to other organizations that are similar and doing the same types of business that you are. What's their size, their mission, their fundraising strategy, and who are their donors and sponsors? Because really, you may be able to get some of the same ones. You want to check on your strengths, your weaknesses, your opportunities, and your threats. That's that SWOT analysis. This is everything that you're doing in your strategic planning. you want to do the lastly, your pestle analysis, making sure that you know what is happening in the world and in your industry, what is happening politically, what is happening economically, what is happening socially and culturally, what is happening technologically, how is technology changing your industry. And right now, if you are in what I call my four harm. If you are in finance, if you are in healthcare, if you are in retail, if you are in manufacturing, all of those areas are being upset with technology right now. Things are totally changing. If you are in those areas, if you're working in those areas, you're trying to start a business in those areas, you definitely need to be doing that political analysis because that pestle analysis, because lots of things are changing in those areas. So make sure you're watching those political concerns, those economic concerns, those social and cultural concerns, those technological concerns, those environmental concerns, and those legal concerns. Watching every one of those areas, because those areas are going to determine how much your industry is disrupted. And those four areas that I just named are being disrupted: the financial industry, the healthcare industry, the retail industry, and the manufacturing industry. They're all being disrupted. Whether you're working in those industries or you're starting a business or a nonprofit in those industries, you need to look at those pestle concerns: political, economic, social and cultural, technological, environmental, and legal. All of this is discussed in my book, Getting Ready for Grant Writing. There are extra links so that you can learn more about the pestle analysis. You can learn about the SWOT analysis. You can learn about those codes that I talked about that you must have. And this is only my first chapter. This is only the first section of the book. This book has 7 chapters, and it has 7 sections of information that walks you through doing your initial feasibility study and strategic planning, all the way through when it's time to walk through the funding door with your grant writing team. All of that is in that book. In fact, I have 40 books that I have written. Many of those books were written prior to COVID. And because I know that you are an asset millionaire, and I am so happy that I had the opportunity to talk to you asset millionaires this morning. And what do I mean by that? There are 3 types of millionaires. There's an asset millionaire, there's a cash flow millionaire, and there's a net worth millionaire. The asset millionaire has intangible and tangible assets. We may not be able to touch your assets. Your assets may not be money, but you have assets. So since we are in this changing period, and our businesses are being disrupted, you're going to have to stir up those assets. And we call them gifts and we call them talents. You're going to have to stir those up so you can take your assets and turn them into cash flow so that you can also become one of those cash flow millionaires. And what I want us to do too is I want to move from being a cash flow millionaire into a net worth millionaire, which means when you subtract what we owe from what we own, we are still a millionaire. Okay, that's where I want you to go. But all of you, in case you didn't know it, welcome to the Asset Millionaires Club, because you are an asset millionaire. In building your organization, keep that in mind and learn some of those skills that millionaires have so that you can continue to improve your organization. One of the greatest skills that you can learn is this pestle analysis, because really, I thought I was a great business person until I began to understand the pestle analysis. And the reason that my first business was so successful is that it was being supported politically. It wasn't necessarily that I was such a great business owner. So for my organization to do so well right away and to be able to grow into another location within 6 months with me not having any business experience in that area, it was because it was being supported politically. But if you don't understand what's being supported politically and what's not being supported politically, economically, socially and culturally, technologically, environmentally and legally, you will make mistakes. And I know that my time is about out, and I do appreciate the fact that they gave me this time to share with you this morning. I want you to know, if you don't do that strategic planning, you're going to be in trouble. You must do that strategic planning. You must do your strategic planning. And with that strategic planning, you're starting with that segmentation, making sure that you know who you're going to serve, target those, how you're going to target those people, and how you're going to position yourself so that they will continue to be able to find you. Keep these things in mind as you're going to your day to day. As all of these markets are being disrupted, people are going to lose jobs. They're saying that we're going to lose 300 million jobs with all of this, all of the changes that we have happening with the AI and all of this being released. They're saying that there is going to be some major changes and millions of jobs being lost. That doesn't mean yours have to be lost. Or maybe the job will be lost and you're going to create your own organization. But in creating your own organization, you must do this strategic planning that I just spoke about. You must do it. And not only should you do your strategic planning, but you need to be looking at the strategic plans of other people to determine what it is that they're doing. If you're trying to get some money from an organization as a nonprofit, you shouldn't ask them for a dime or even write a grant until you look at their strategic plan. Not only should you look at the strategic plan of the organizations that you're trying to go after funds, but you need to look at the United States strategic plan. Well, even before that, you need to look at your city's strategic plan. They have a strategic plan. You need to look at your state's strategic plan. You need to look at your country's strategic plan, your continent. No matter which one of them 7 continents you're on today, you need to be looking at their strategic plan. You need to be looking at the United Nations strategic plan. You need to be looking at the United Nations development plan, because they have 17 strategies that they are dealing with. And you can bet your boots, since the United States, since that's where I am, is a part of that, they already know about those 17 and they have agreed to work towards it. One of them is to eliminate poverty. And there's 16 others. You need to know what those are if you are starting or improving any kind of business. I don't care what kind of business it is. And I do see that my time is about out. But until they break in here and say, Dr. Wright, you stop, Dr. Wright has lots of information that I can share with you. But the main things is make sure that you are ready for these changes that are coming. Make sure that you are ready for the changes. Make sure that you can explain what you do in 10 seconds or less. Make sure that you can explain what you do in 10 seconds or less. And the only way that you're going to be able to do that is with those 5 W's. I've got mine. You know what I do in 10 seconds? I manifest millions for missions who are providing miracles to many. I manifest millions of dollars for missions who are providing miracles to the many. And that's to everyone. I used to focus on the many, but now I focus on the mission. Because if the missions are not taken care of, they're not going to be able to serve the many. Taking care of yourself. If you are not taken care of, I've walked my 2.5 miles this morning, and I've got another 2.5 miles to go before the day is over. I'm taking care of me so that I am able to provide you with the information that you need so that you can provide for the many. Because I realized a long time ago, I can't provide for the many. I want to remind you to support the Black Business Olympics, support the Black Business Expo and Dr. Eric Kelly, because Dr. Eric Kelly is supporting our youth. He provides computer systems and scholarships for our youth. The only way that Dr. Eric Kelly can continue to do this is if you are supporting him. He is some kind of phenomenal person who brings people here and allows us to share our genius with you, whatever that genius is. And we all have genius, to share that with you. And there's nothing free. Nothing. I don't care anybody who tells you I got something for free. Somebody is paying for that. It's either coming from our tax dollars or it's coming from somewhere. There is nothing free. So appreciate this platform by making donations to Dr. Kelly for what he is doing, because there is nothing free. Again, I'm Dr. Barbara Wright. You can find me 24/7 at CertifiedDreamBuilder.com. And here she is.
Dr. Wright, I'd like to thank you so much for coming today and sharing your expertise here at the Black Business Network.
You are so welcome. And genius is coming.
Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. The Expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below and say $, capital B, capital B, capital X, capital U, capital S, and capital A. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for August 2023. NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richey Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Hello LLC, 5-Star BDM Media, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shania Global, the Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and the Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and we'll see you on the other side.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, The strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turn to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dreams by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dreams from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely. And this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Linda Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
Let's get drastic, building relationships to get you known, get you connected, and get paid.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
So what we have to do is when we get in a spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
Hey guys, my name is Caden. I'm the CEO of Caden Teaches, and my genius is teaching kids about financial literacy. Throughout my financial products, such as my financial flashcards, my activity book, and my newest project, my financial bus, which I bought. And on the bus, it has a mock bank where kids will learn how to deposit and withdraw money, a mock grocery store where kids will be able to learn how to have a family budget, and a mock stock exchange where kids will even be able to learn how to invest in stocks. Now, I decided to start teaching kids about financial literacy because I find that most kids graduate high school without even knowing the basics about financial literacy. And I feel if I were to teach kids about financial literacy, that I would be able to help kids tap into their genius. And I actually learned about financial literacy to my dad because I would go to business meetings with him, and I would always see that they were talking about financial literacy. And at that point, I didn't understand what financial literacy was. So I took it upon myself to learn about financial literacy and teach it to kids in a way that they could understand. But I want you guys to help me help kids tap into their genius by going to my website, cadenteaches.com, and you can sew into me in my financial bus by going to my GoFundMe link. And remember, if Caden can, you can too. Because genius is common.
am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Crystal Gomez. I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Kevin McLemore. Kevin McLemore is an humble man of great passion and zest for life, who has devoted a lifetime to motivating people and pursuing and achieving everything he has set out to accomplish. Raised by his grandparents, he has learned the most important trait about human emotions, kindness, character, and unbelievable goals, and chasing down his dream at world-class speed. Kevin is the president and CEO of RMK Productions and the 10 United Podcast Network, host of the podcast Talking WIT Kevin and Sons, co-host of the weekly podcast Motivation Sundays with Kevin and Friends, an award-winning author, sprinkles the true spirit of Christmas, dating with a full deck, X's and O's, how I learned everything about life, playing high school football, in his most recent book, soon to be released, The World Not Ready for You. Kevin is also one of the top fitness influencers here on the East Coast. He is a mentor, paid speaker, and lifestyle coach. His mission is to educate, teach, and create a framework so that others can follow. His purpose is hope, helping other people every day. He believes that you are only as strong as your last no, and that anything is possible if you're willing to put in the hard work. This is one layer of Kevin McLemore's story to be told. I present to you Kevin McLemore, President and CEO of RMK Productions.
How you doing?
I'm well, thank you.
Boy, I am impressed. I can't wait to meet that guy. That was good.
Yes, me too. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
All right, all right. Well, I want to meet you on this side first.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. I personally feel the only shoes you can walk in is the ones that's placed before you, and the ones that's placed beside you is what you should aspire to.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, thank you, and thank you for allowing me to be part of such a wonderful platform, Black Business Networks. We need more of these. This is fine. All right, and hello everyone that's tuning in, and I hope I make the best use of your time today. So where do we want to start here today? All right. Well, silence is not golden when you're on a national platform. Let me talk about what I've done and why I've done during COVID. Why everyone has sat back and trying to figure out why we're not working, why we're not doing the things that we do every single day. It provided me with an opportunity to get back some of that most precious gift that we have, that we keep chasing, which is time. So instead of complaining about what I could do, or what I couldn't do, or what I didn't have time to do, or what I would do if I had more time, I took advantage of the time. I had the best time during COVID. I wrote a book. First time I've ever written a book in less than 30 days. Normally a book takes me about a year or two. I turned around. I started my first podcast. I started doing research about the space of being a Black entrepreneur in podcast. And then I had to come up with my mission. You know, we spend our whole lives trying to figure out what our why is and why we exist and what our purpose is. And I realized in the process of writing down what I wanted my mission to do, I've been doing this ever since the third grade. I was once asked by one of my teachers, when my life came to an end, how did I want people to remember me? And I said, I hope people realize that I poured something into them and that I made a difference in their life. Going through different phases of my life, trying to discover out my why, I realized that why was redefined based on the phase of life you're in. From 0 to 10, that was one phase of being educated by people that thought they knew better for you. Going through 10 to 18, I personally believe by the time that you are able to operate legally an automobile, you can start making choices for yourself. One of the things I learned by my parents and what had been taught to them and what had been passed down to me, that 50% of it was not the honest to God truth. You know, eating my vegetables, you know, were good for me, but I hated them, but I ate them anyway. You know, they told me if I did this or that something would happen. I realized once I jumped off a 3-story building, I didn't break my legs. I won't do that today. But for some reason, my legs again broke. My father told me not to be afraid of anything. Didn't allow his boys to be afraid of anything. Wasn't allowed to cry. I realized as I grew up, in emotion, part of being a good human being is that you need to be able to express your emotion. And I didn't cry until I had my first son. Actually, my second son. My second son, I actually delivered and realized that everything that I had accomplished prior to that is that I'm never going to do anything more special, never going to accomplish anything more than being the first person to touch a soul. And that was my son, Theo. But we make a lot of mistakes going through our life. And many of those mistakes that we make, most of us, we allow those mistakes to hold us back. We live with the fact that I didn't grow up in the perfect neighborhood. I realized I didn't get a world-class education. I realized that whatever damage was done to me, I keep letting that damage follow me throughout my life. We're all capable of changing our behavior. A couple of things that are constant in life is time. The same 60 seconds that you get here in the United States, you get the same 60 seconds if you're standing on the shores of the UK, the Bahamas, or any place else. What makes me different, or you different from me, is what you do with that 60 seconds. Everyone thinks we always have time. There's 86,400 seconds during the day. There's 186 hours during the course of a week. There's 52 weeks in a year. And we all keep saying, what are we going to do if I had just more time? Well, COVID told you what you can do. Called out every single business owner and said, let me show you what type of business you are. We found out what daycare is. We take care of our own damn kids. Instead of pounding them off to coaches and teachers and whatever and holding them responsible, we learned. We also found out the layers of our true relationships. We got a chance to know our spouses. Some of us thought we knew. Some of us discovered a truth that they didn't want to tell. And some of us moved on with our life. And then some of us waited for life to begin all over. And they kept doing the same thing that they've always been doing. Showing up, working on someone else's dream, hoping that someone else was going to recognize their dream, and it's never going to come true. Trading hours for dollars. And some of us decided we're going to take responsibility for our own action, and we start to build dreams. We started creating avenues in order for other people to follow. We started creating networks in order for us to communicate with each other. You know, thank God there was a thing called Clubhouse. We got a chance to meet brothers and sisters from all walks of life, all skin tones, all mindsets, all across the world. We got a chance to learn and be taught by people that we never would have access to. You know, it's an amazing thing about change. Change is only good for those that are open for change. Opportunities only open the door for the people that's willing to step through. We all like going to the movies. We all like being part of a good time. But when you think about the process of what it goes through in planning a good time, putting together a good movie, telling a story, we all have to realize that some of us are not willing to do the work to plan the party, to start a business, to surround ourselves with people or individuals that are like-minded. Some of us are too bold in our own presence to say that I don't know it all. We're afraid to ask for help. We're afraid to look at ourselves to saying, if I only could, I would. But you can if you have someone that's already done it. I mean, look at me. I'm an award-winning author for my book, Sprinkles, The True Spirit of Christmas. I'm about to release a book that came from a tragedy that its purpose was not intended for me to share with the world, but to share with my two nieces, my two nephews, and my niece that lost their mother, my baby sister, at 42 years of age. 5 days after my 64th birthday, I was born December 10th. She passed away December 15th of 2022. Her funeral was 3 days before the 2023 New Year. And as I sat looking at some of the stories and the pictures that we had together, I realized, and it didn't dawn on me, I graduated from high school in 1977. My baby sister was born in 1979. We did not grow up in the same house together. But when I started looking at the pictures, I realized every time I came home, already being an adult and in the world, I started to repeat the conversations that have been told to me by my coaches, my mentors, people that influenced me, people that inspired me. They kept saying, when you do something, Kevin McLemore, I'm going to tell you, the world's not ready for you. You've got greatness within you. I got to go out and get the world. I started to type down the conversations I had, experiences, life lessons I wanted to teach her. And in my new book, The World's Not Ready for You, I will tell you, every single word that's written on that page has a tear behind the word. So instead of me making sure it was grammatically correct and everything was punctuated, God allowed me to pour into what I'm about to share with you, into the pages of this next book. When I contacted my editor and told her what I had just created and wanted to know her thoughts, we were already working on two books that were in 2 years in the rear that we were trying to release. First thing she said to me, Judy, she said, McLemore, what the F? And she did not modify the F. She said the word. We already have two books that you're already working on. And I said, Judy, this is something that's personal. I want to get it out. Well, let's put this on hold and let's go ahead and get the two books out that we've been working on, because I'm all task oriented. And she says, no, whoa, hold on, McLemore. She said, this is probably the best thing you ever wrote. She says, I'm going to get a illustrator. We're going to get this book out in 30 days and release it to the world, because the world's not ready for this book. And we got to get the world ready. And I said, no, this book is personal. I'm going to do the illustration. And she said, McLemore, you can draw? I said, yeah, I can draw. She said, let me see something you have. So I sent her a picture and she goes, McLemore, is there anything that you cannot do? And I said, I'm only limited by the gifts that God has given me. And I'm exercising every single day those gifts. And so we put together a book that is not only going to be the first book that someone says, I hate reading. And you hear me say, you don't hate reading. You just haven't found a book you love to read. This will be the first book that you pick up and you read from page to page, cover to cover. You'll look at the artwork that's created. You look at the contents of what's on each chapter and the artwork that supports it. And you'll find a book that not only did you enjoy reading, you would love reading it and you'll read it again. And if you're a coach, mentor, teacher, consultant, or whatever the case may be, this will be a book that you will make sure that you give to every single person that you had an influence on, or someone that has an influence on you. My dream is that every graduating class of high school, college, grad school, someone that's been promoted, Christmas package at your corporation, that this book will be part of this. Not only will it inspire you to be great in the shoes that you stand in the position you're in right now, be it working for someone else, taking care of someone else, retiring, but it will inspire you to be kind. It inspire you to stay true to your character. It will inspire you to do great things amongst yourself. And it will inspire you to sit back and be a fan of those who you pour your knowledge, your heart, and your wisdom into. Now, I'm not saying this book is going to change the world, but I'm not saying it's not either. Each and every last one of you that listen to the sounds of my voice today, you have greatness within you. We, as people, entrepreneurs that are standing here, they get a chance to share the stage with you. People that are at the sound of our voice, we know you have greatness within you. And sometimes you may doubt it. We've all been there. Some of us have gotten to the point that the load has gotten a little too heavy and we didn't feel like we can go on. But when you have people like those of us that are part of the Black Business Network, it's okay to lean on us, because when the world gets a little too heavy for you, we will pick up the pieces and carry it. But the key thing is, like in football, you pick up the ball. You need to run with it once you get your chance to do it. My grandfather always said, and in each and every last one of my books, I don't have famous quotes that I use by anybody else, whatever. All my quotes come from people that I personally know. And I think all the original quotes are coming from the Bible. So I don't think any of us that are speakers, motivational speakers, or people that inspire people or mentor, none of these quotes are original. Even though I claim to have 300 original quotes of my own, and I pour this out every single day, but my thoughts are consistent with my faith. My grandfather always said, when you get to a place where you can help someone else, it is your duty to do so. Reach one, teach one. I believe in that. I also believe the purpose of the reason why it exists is to be in a position to provide hope for other people every single day. But I'm going to tell you, I don't know how many of you that listen to my voice that are gamblers. And I will say this in conclusion. If you ever were to place a bet on anything, anyone, any event, go to the place that has a mirror. Look at that person dead in the eyes, and any questions you may have, that person knows the truth to your soul. So in the process of saying invest in yourself, how much are you willing to pour into that person that is looking back at you? What sacrifices are you willing to make in order to take that person looking back at you to make him whole, to make her whole, to make her complete? No matter how you identify with yourself as part of humanity, you are part of the human race. You deserve to be heard and respected. But you can't be heard if you're not listening. And you can't be respected if you're not open to respecting other people, no matter how different they are and where they come from. I'm going to close with this and tell you that we all talked about fast money, want to make a lot of money. There's a secret to this lifestyle. Money doesn't want to be caught. It has no loyalty to anyone. $100 bill, look at it, ask it its story. It's been in the hands of some of the most kindest people in the world, most generous people in the world. It has also been in the hands of some of the most destructive people in the world. For those of us that are going through crisis and thinking someone's going to save us, the U.S. government, I don't mean to go political on you, but I will tell you, my grandfather told me, he said the original gangster sitting in the White House, 53 seats and one ahead of it. You can believe it or you don't have to do it. But I do believe, like my second book, Indispensable Games of X's and O's, everything I learned about life, I learned playing high school football. I learned how to show up on time. I learned the value of being part of a team. I learned how to overcome objectives. I also learned a lot about myself and what I could take and what I couldn't take. I understand the discipline of hard work and sacrifice. I've also learned grace. I learned grace the hard way. I did not grow up in the household with my mom. I lived most of my childhood and part of my adult life living a lie. I told everyone my mom was dead. At 35 years old, my mom had a second chance in life and came back into my life. Took years for me to accept my mother into my life, into my heart. I won't say into my life. As long as she breathes, she's in my life. My sisters and brothers welcomed her in, but I didn't. I had already started my life, and the way that I coped with that loss, told everyone she was dead. Again, looking back at the mirror, I had to face my own truth. It was the way that I dealt with things. But in a moment in my life when my life was coming apart, falling apart, I was about to lose the most important person in my life. And I wasn't coping well. I called my mom on a Saturday morning. Normally we speak every Sunday after church. Told my mother what was going on. Mother gave me some great advice. I came home and spoke to my better half and told her that I had, she wondered why I had just walked out of the house and left. I told her I was contemplating ending my relationship with this person, someone that I respected. She had made a choice and a decision that didn't agree. We talked about our deal breakers, whatever. And I will tell you, the deal breakers are only our deal breakers if you're not strong enough to rise to where you're broken and see where you can fix it. Deal breakers because it's easy for you to quit and move on. I'm not saying not have them, but I'm saying deal with them because life is hard. Life is going to challenge you. It's going to find out what type of man or woman. But anyway, when I told her I had made that phone call, and she goes, "It's Saturday. Why are you calling your mom on Saturday?" And I told her I was contemplating exiting the relationship. I had enough. And I said, "But that's not the real reason." I said, "Because when I got off the phone, my mom said she loved me. And she said that every time we spoke on Sunday mornings. And I always mumbled, and whatever, and I got off the phone. And she goes, what was different about this? And I said, the way I responded when my mother told me that every single time I got off the phone, I found some reason to sucker punch her. My mother's in her late 60s at that point, and I said, I'm not a cruel person. I didn't realize that I was doing things that were hurting her. I thought I was just coping with the fact I had welcomed her back in my life because I thought she deserved to get a chance to know her grandchildren. And I shouldn't stand in the way. But when I told my better half that I love my mother, and she asked me what was wrong with that, and I said, this is the first time I ever said I loved her. I discovered grace. And the reason why I'm sharing that story is because we have a lot of things holding us back from being where we want to be and where we need to be, or how we're going to get to where we want to be. We hold back our childhood, our screwed up parents, the lies that someone's told us, the heartbreaks that we've had, the jobs that we have lost, the times we were homeless, the times we were incarcerated and whatever. But the day is not that day to hold yourself back. Forgive yourself and move on. I know a lot of very successful people that have spent time behind bars, have their picture in a government yearbook. I know a lot of successful people that were just 3 feet of gold and gave up on their dreams. And now they're living in a life they wish they had had. The two most important days are not the day that you're born and the day you discover why. The two most important days is the day that God gave you life. And the second is today, when you justify and make him not regret giving you that life. That little line that's in between today and tomorrow, that is how you live your life. Believe in your dreams. Act on your dreams. Bring someone with you that's worthy of your time. And allow yourself to be vulnerable and celebrate the life you have. So, I can talk all day long. And I just want to thank everyone for taking a couple minutes to kind of listen. Wasn't prepared to to run off of their mouth and so forth. But I hope that something I said landed on someone that was in a position that says now is the time. There's not tomorrow, because tomorrow is not guaranteed to any of us. They understand that time is a precious commodity. And in order for you to get a return on your investment, you got to act now. Two choices, chance and choice, and the actions that follow. And with that said, Kevin McLemore send you much love. Thank you, Black America. Thank you, America. All right, we got to quit dividing the conversations we have and unite. Is the only way we're going to prosper if we work together.
Well, thank you for coming today and sharing your expertise with us. Can you give us a preferred way to connect with you?
The best way to reach me, if you go to info@RMK with an S, .org, you can reach me through there. And I will say this, and I'm going to do this because this is the way that I work. I have a very small circle of people, and the only people that are work within that circle is people that don't waste my time. I say they're high valued people and have a high call to action. That means when they say they're going to do something, they get things done. So for any of you guys that are like, dream stealers, don't take this number down. I'm going to give you my personal phone number, 610-212-9870.
Thank you again.
No, thank you for having me. I wasn't prepared to run off the mouth like this. I thought you guys were going to ask me questions, but I talk all the time. I love being on stage. If I told you my story that I almost graduated from college, Central State University, without formally learning how to read or write. I live with a TBI, it's a traumatic brain injury. So I stutter. Sometimes I can't see words or whatever the case may be, but I'm really good at what I do. I love what I do. I am a gift from God, and I'm looking for people. And the reason why, like I said in my last book, I got to get the world ready for you. And those that are ready to see the message, those that are ready to act on the information, they should be part of this Black Business Network. And I'm hoping that one day that someone that has been inspired not only by something I said, but the many people that you and Dr. Kelly connect to, that will be part of this show that we can invite. My podcast, Talking Wit, WIT, Kevin Hassan, we showcase people that you should know, people that are giving back, people that are doing things in their community, people that are serving humanity, people stories that never will get told. I'm looking for guests, and you can reach me by that number too. Thank you.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much for being with us today. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
All right. Like I said, I'm not racing to get there, so let's meet today.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. The Expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below and say $, capital B, capital X, capital U, capital S, capital A. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for August 2023. NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richey Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Hello LLC, 5 Star BDM Media, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shania Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and the Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students,
who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.